Alright, now it's time to get started. Hello guys, it's Ron Phoenix. Sorry for the lateness, I was pretty busy. And today we will continue some more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Last time we completed Turnabout Goodbyes. And now, today, we will play the final case of the first Ace Attorney game, which is Rise from the Ashes. And brace ourselves because this case is a long one. Let's do it. It's been 2 months since Maya left the office. 2 months without a single trial. I've had offers, but none I took. That is, until the day that girl showed up. Why do I come here to his office every day? Not like I want to work. There you are, finally! Where have you been? My sister's trial is tomorrow. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. It only matters who you are. The famous defense attorney Mia Fey. You're not Mia Fey, are you? I'm sorry, but Miss Mia Fey no longer works here. So you are the coffee boy? A Phoenix Wright, a defense attorney. Right. Wait, you're the Phoenix Wright? The Phoenix Wright from the Edgeworth murder case? Yes, that's correct. And it wasn't Edgeworth who was murdered, though. That's a relief then. You're better than nobody. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not taking cases right now. But you are Phoenix Wright, right? The undefeated defense attorney? Look, I'm not accepting any new cases. I'm sorry, but you have to try elsewhere. Please, I'm out of time. But, please, you have to help. It's my sister. Maya? Could it be? Okay, I'll hear you out. Really? Thank you so much. My name's Emma Sky. I'm a scientific investigator. Scientific investigator? Sorry, Emma. Emma, was it? So you're a scientific investigator? Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just you seem kind of jumpy, or maybe just young? Young? I'll be 16 years old this year. Oh, I see. Wait, only 16? I said to be formally assigned to forensics in 3 more years. My work is becoming quite well known, at my age no less. So what exactly is your current position then? Well, legally speaking, I guess you'd call me an 11th grader. But I'm ready to do my job at my age no less. Great, another future professional in training. So what's this about a case? You said the trial's tomorrow? My sister didn't do it. She wouldn't stab someone with a knife. She wouldn't. So it's a murder case. I don't care if there's a witness who saw her do it. She didn't do it. I know she didn't do it. It's a scientific fact. And there's a witness. Just talk to her. You have to talk to her. Right. I suppose I will. I promised her I'd bring Mia Fey, but... That's interesting. Well, how would she know Mia? So you want to be a scientific investigator when you grow up then? Excuse me? I'm not a child, I have you know. Still, it's good to have a goal, albeit a very unusual one. I believe an investigation should be done scientifically. Don't you? Yeah, sure can't fault her for a lack of enthusiasm. If this case is handled scientifically, I'm sure my sister's name will be cleared. Your sister? I've been doing research, you know. I'm developing a new scientific method for a case investigation. I'll show you when it's done. I'm looking forward to it. Guess I should get down to the fitness center and talk to her sister. My sister asked for Mia specifically. This Mia Fey person was a few years below her in school. So they were in the same school though, huh? She always told me to go to Mia if I ever need a defense attorney. And well, I need one. Incidentally, Mia is a woman. Now that you mention it, I guess it is more of a woman's name than a man's. Well, it's nice of you to help your sister out like this. You must be close. Well, actually, when she gets like she is now, I kinda hate her. Huh? But she's my only family. Your only family? What about your parents? They died in a car accident when I was little. Oh, I'm sorry. What a shift. Talking about her parents died in a car crash and it just ended like that. Well, let's just go to the attendance center. I wonder what's wrong with Emma. She got quiet all of a sudden as soon as we arrived. Guard, I thought I told you I didn't want visitors. Sorry, ma'am. It's just your sister. No excuses. Or did you not want to raise this here, huh? Understood, ma'am. Well, what was that all about? Hi, Lana. Funny. I seem to remember specifically telling you not to come here. Perhaps my memory is failing? Look, I didn't want to come here either, okay? But your trial's tomorrow and you still don't have a defense attorney. I'll be the one in court tomorrow. This has nothing to do with you, Emma. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Hey, how do you know me? Mia mentioned you. I've heard quite a bit. I'm sorry, what exactly is it you do? My name is Lana Sky. I'm chief prosecutor for the district. You're the prosecutor? Two sisters, one a lawyer. Could this be a coincidence? Emma? Lana? I mean, they're just like... Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? There's something you should know about the start. Which is... The suspect in this case has confessed to the crime. Huh? But wait, but the suspect is... Me. I did it. Well, Mr. Wright? Well, why don't you begin by telling me exactly what happened? The crime took place yesterday, February 21st at 5:15 p.m. That's quite specific. It was on a witness disposition. A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. That was a bit of a bad luck, wasn't it? The crime took place at the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. The body was found in the trunk of my subordinate's car. The prosecutor's office, huh? In your subordinate's car trunk? Classy. I was arrested on the spot, caught red-handed, as it were. Well, that's just great. So who was the victim? An investigator with the police department. I suppose the correct term is detective. A detective? Death was due to the loss of blood. He was stabbed once in the stomach. By you? Death wasn't immediate, but the wound was fatal. I see. Allow me to repeat myself, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective. You know what that means, don't you? Uh-oh. What? Mr. Wright, what does it mean? Well, it means... The police department will consider it as a matter of pride to have me found guilty. They will use any means to their disposal to do so. The case gets worse and worse with everything I learn. Shush! Alright, Lana. So you're a chief prosecutor? That is correct. I'm responsible for overseeing every trial handled by prosecutors in the district. I make sure the prosecutors have what they need to do with the job and manage every aspect. Those are my responsibilities in a nutshell. That's an awfully large nutshell. Still, I'm a little surprised. I would think you recognize the district's chief prosecutor, Mr. Wright. Huh? In fact, it seems impossible you wouldn't. Lana? What happened to your hand? Oh, this? I cut myself by accident. When I stabbed him, that is. Huh? I'm not very good at being a criminal, I suppose. How am I supposed to defend this? Kinda change the subject. Wait, is she in class ahead of Mia, was she? Oh, you were in school with Mia, correct? A few years above her? Emma told you that too, didn't she? Well, why not? I didn't drag him all the way here from his office. Although it seems like he has very little in common with Mia. Hey! He was in law school. I was in my third year and she was auditioning the class. She was different than the other students. Different? She was strong. She knew everything to become a defense attorney. Anything. That was probably why she was attracted to me. Excuse me? Intentionally attached! Lana was top of her class in school. It was the best there is. Oh. I'm doing pretty good at school too, by the way. It's also a bit different when Emma says it. Well, Mr. Wright? Excuse me? As you can plainly see, I am admitting my guilt. I think it's safe to say, there's no way you can take this case. None. But Lana... Why? Why are you doing this to me? You never think of anyone but yourself. I know you didn't do it, Lana. I know. So, how can you say you did? If I lose you, I'll be all alone. I hate you, Lana. Mr. Wright? Yes? I believe our discussion here has ended. The rest, I leave to you. You mean you're requesting my services as your defense? Don't lose any sleep over it. Your client has confessed after all. The case is over. Right, I'll do what I can to get to the bottom of this. Lana has confessed to the crime, yes. But something doesn't fit. It's that look in Emma's eyes. There's something else going on here, and I'm going to find out what. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Huh? What about? My sister, she's not always like that, you know. I never expected to defend another prosecutor again. She's changed a lot. She used to be gentle, always smiling. Everyone liked her. I see. Sorry, but I'm having trouble imagining that. What happened to her? I don't know for certain myself. I think maybe she... Well, maybe not. Sounds like there's something else that defies the simple scientific explanation. Let's go check out this underground parking at the prosecutor's office, shall we? Okay. Alright, prosecutor's office. So this is where the lot where it happened? Looks like they're still investigating. Funny that my first visit to the prosecutor's office should be like this. Hey everyone, keep up the good work! Hey, what are you thinking? Well, they're going to be my co-workers 3 years from now, after all. No harm in saying hello. Actually, there is. You know, attorneys aren't supposed to examine crime scenes. I'm trying to not stand out too much here, see? Hey there. You expected to go unnoticed here, partner? But partner? Oh. What do we have here? Looks like a Bambina got loose from the ranch and is up to no good. Folks gotta learn to keep their dogs tied down, partner. Oh, Mr. Marshall. Marshall? Looks more like a sheriff to me. Look at here, Bambina. I know how you feel, but this is the gang's go strike, see? Strike? This is our claim, our territory, with a mother load of evidence. If you're fixing a mess with what's ours, you'll regret it, partner. You know what dreams are cut you out of the desert dreams you want to? What is this guy talking about? You had a long haul now. Happy trails, Bombina. Was that a hombre, a friend of yours? Kinda, sorta, yeah, he's a detective. Who thinks he's a sheriff in the Wild West, it seems? Well, let's get into investigating. What's this? A wallet? Excuse me, officer. Wait! What are you doing, Mr. Wright? What am I doing? I just found this wallet, so I'm heading it over to the police. I don't believe it. This is a real basic anything in the crime scene is evidence. Let's be scientific about it, please. Just put it in your pocket. How is that scientific? Sounds like theft to me. I called to duty already, and at my tender age. Here, I'll teach you the tricks of examining evidence in detail, okay? By the way, her eyes are sparkling. I can tell she's been waiting for this. Okay, now, look at the court record. You have to be sure to examine evidence carefully on all sides. Now, let's start examining from every angle. Oh look, I think there might be a clue here. You should check it out with the press of an A button. This is an ID card. Sergeant Bruce Goodman, ID number 5842189. See? Well, isn't scientific investigation useful? I guess, though I don't see what science has to do with it. Goodman's ID. Let's be sure to examine every piece of evidence we find. I guess I got to be on my toes from now on. No time to waste. Let's get hunting for clues. I wonder what this is. Well, partner, looks like you got no intention of going home quietly. The sheriff. Like I said before, this here's our claim. You best be moseying alone unless you're fixing to bite the bullet. Gah, scary. Could you just tell us one thing? Who owns that car? Well, little Philly's got a good nose on her. You want to know who rides his red Mustang with the body in her saddle? Eh? Please. No problem, partner. About time for Phil's anyway. Get yourself a saloon up to the 12th floor of the prosecutor's office. Might will serve you a service, if you like. Prospector office? Where does this guy think he is? And when, for that matter? Note to self. Look up Vital Saloon Cerveza. Maybe we should check out the road 1202 at the High Prosecutor's office. In any case, stay away from the car. You can't look around here if you like. Just keep your paws off our claim. Right, great. Great. Maybe there's some clues around here, Mr. Wright. Excuse me? Were you two all set? Us? Oh, hello. What's this? She couldn't be. You're selling lunches? Here? This is a crime scene. Hello, half and half, was it? Oh, thanks. And you, sir? Yes? Some crunchy goodness coming for you? Thanks. Interesting way of doing business. This area is off limits for anyone without clearance, especially passerby. Or are you officers? No, but you don't exactly look like the type to have clearance. Well, that's hardly a way to greet someone. Here in my days, that's the cough up queens or cover. Cough up? Huh? You know, I'm feeling kind of full. Maybe I'll pass on lunch. I'm quite connected to this case, you see. The images are burned into my eyes, you might say. Yes, all the sordid secrets. Secrets? Dear me, you are slow one, aren't you? I'm referring to the murder, the stabbing of the detective. What? A witness clearly saw me committing the crime. You mean you're the witness my sister was talking about? Please, Cup of Queen, tell us what happened. The name is Angel Star. Don't you go forgetting it. Or before you know it, I'll have you whimpering at my heels. Yes, ma'am. Yep, she means it. Somehow I knew. Yesterday was a day of destiny. I knew something was going to happen. Just like I know that daily special on Friday every week in Salute at Salute. Destiny? Was yesterday special for some reason? You're a defense attorney, right? You should know that. You should know the foul misdeeds of the evil ones haunted this den of iniquity. The evil ones? Prosecutors. They have no quarrels all about blackening in the name of innocence. And yesterday they paid homage to the evil one of all. They gave award to king of prosecutors. What a farce! So she's saying there was some sort of prosecutor's convention yesterday? I was almost complete and they laced their lunches with something foul. Do you have a personal grievance against prosecutors or something? Or is there some kind of scientific evidence to this, evil? Young miss, mock me at your own risk. You'll soon find out why they call me the Cough-Up Queen. Ew. The most heinous of all evil ones. The ones they awarded yesterday? It was in his car that they found the body. Proof that he devours the evilest lunches of all. Really? Really what? I'm totally confused. One thing's clear, this lunch lady has a thing against prosecutors. So what exactly is it you witnessed, Miss Starr? It was a fascinating spectacle, to be sure. I know what they were when they talk about when a woman's wrath. You see Lana Sky wield that knife, so her knife flashed in anger, bringing him to a sad end. It was truly a sight to see. You mean she saw the very moment of the crime? The sound of his chivalry ties in this throat being cruelly cut still rings in my ears, and a rhythm beat of Lana Sky's knife. Wait a second, you know Lana Sky? Of course. It's quite a feast, coming chief prosecutor. How many lunch boxes of sin did she pack to make that journey, I wonder? She always travels light. Now why would this pretty lunch lady know the chief prosecutor's name? Could we ask you a bit about yourself, Miss Star? I come here every day to sell lunches. I import the freshest and best from the Far East. For some reason, the box lunches are a hit here. Why not make the lunches here rather than import them? Did you say something? No. Only true connoisseurs can understand. The kind you can only tell someone who has tried General Zhao's Trilobites lunch set. Never mind, you win. I don't even want to appreciate part of the Trilobites flavor. Anyway, I come here every day to sell lunches. My boyfriend works at the security room here at the prosecutor's office. Your boyfriend? See the security room over there? The glass-walled booth? That's how my lunches end, and since I'm here anyway, I drop in to see him. Since you're here anyways, I guess selling lunches is more important than romance. So scientifically analyzed the data available so far, you, Miss Star, are the lunch vendor with an ulterior motive for coming here. Useful analysis. Not. Did you have a bad experience with the prosecutor, Miss Star? I sense some hostility. Hostility? Ha, perhaps. Prosecutors are all alike, and the bigger they get, the worse they smell. Kinda like the 10-day-old clams from in the chowder. I wonder if Miss Star is involved in some sort of legal trouble in the past. I mean, sure, cause of food poisoning, scientifically speaking, of course. I mean, now that you're talking to Cough-Up Queen. I thought she was just a lunch vendor, and now I'm not sure. A defense attorney must be able to fight. How about you? Do you think you can win? How about tackling Lunchland's Pickle Supreme lunch box? Wow, it's really crunchy. Box of pickles? Kind of a sad lunch if you ask me. This is the kind of room you just screams I could do the job. Quite a change from your office, really. Thanks. Look, there's a trophy or something here. A trophy? What, the shield? It takes real nervous to play stuff like this. Whoever's office this is, they must be a real stuck-up jerk. Phoenix, Wright? You never try to pry into other people's business, don't you? That voice! It's Edgeworth. Don't tie no see, Edgeworth. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth! You know him from somewhere? Of course, I'm his biggest fan. My sister introduced us once and... Right, her sister's chief prosecutor after all. Well, what brings you here? I'll warn you, I've been known to be a real stuck-up jerk. No, did I? No. It was just Mr. Right here. Hey, don't blame me. We're just here to investigate a murder case. Murder? The body was found in the nasty bright red sports car in the parking lot. That would be my car. What of it? What? Your car? I'll say one thing, she certainly can scream. So the body was found in your car? Go ahead, say it right. You think I did it, didn't you? After you went through all that trouble to help me last year, no less. No, we don't think you did it. I mean, it was my sister who stabbed him. Wait, no, she didn't do that. I mean... Wait. So you're the chief prosecutor's little sister then? Yes, sir, I'm a Sky. It's, nice to meet you again. No, that didn't sound forced at all. Oh, now I remember. You're really grown. I'll admit, it's a surprise for me too. To think that my own car will become the scene of a murder. More surprisingly still, it's been forced to prove my superior's guilt. I can't understand. Wait, what did you say? Well, this guy's the chief prosecutor, top prosecutor in the district. She can't prosecute herself, so I'll be a prosecutor at the trial tomorrow. You? Mr. Edgeworth? To be honest, it's a bit of a miracle I'm still here after all. What do you mean? Rumors. You heard the rumors about me, haven't you? Miles Edgeworth. It's hard to remember the time when there weren't rumors about the Sky. Forging evidence, arranging false testimony, illegal searches, you name it. Thanks to you, my innocence were established at the trial at the end of last year. However, there are some who say I am responsible for our current incident. What? That's crazy. Some people need very little excuse to think ill of others. It's a fact of life, impossible to stop. But some of them even go as far as to present me with toys like this. They think it's funny. Toys? That brown shield? There's gotta be a story behind that one. Chief Prosecutor Sky? Yes, we first worked together in the case 2 years ago. It was my first big case. That's right, I remember. 2 years ago? I wasn't even a lawyer yet. Since then, I always felt like she was looking out for me. It appears I was mistaken. Mistaken? Why? I mean, I know she's not a warmest person, but I'm sure she felt some responsibility for you. Then, why? Why did she stab someone in the trunk of my car? Not only that, she stabbed him with my knife. What? Mr. Edgeworth, your knife was the murder weapon? To be specific, it was the knife I kept in the toolbox in the trunk of my car. Edgeworth? What? Are you sure you didn't do it? Come on, can you take a joke? You have a strange case of humor, Mr. Wright. I've been wondering, what the heck is this? It has a big K on it. Prosecutors. What's that? It's the King of Prosecutors trophy. King of Prosecutors? It's a great honor. They send that shield to the best prosecutor each year. What, so? So that K, that's... K stands for King? Yeah, you got a problem with that? I didn't design the thing. King of Prosecutors. I feel like Employee of the Month will be better. So basically this says you were the best of the best last year, huh? You can take that foolish grin elsewhere, right? I lost a day of work to receive that travesty. Huh? Why's that? I had to go to the police department to receive that broken shield. The police department? Yes, right next to the police station downtown. You've been there, haven't you? Where Detective Gumshoe works? Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering something about your shield. Why is it broken? What does it matter? I got more important things to worry about. Oh, right. He doesn't seem too concerned about his reward, or for better or for worse. Yesterday was a very busy day at the prosecutor's office. Maybe we should ask him more about yesterday? Could you tell me more about yesterday? The day of the murder? Yesterday was the annual cleaning day at the prosecutor's office. Cleaning day? Working with the police department, we sort and file all evidence for solved cases. We call it evidence transferal. Wiping your hands of all cases, in other words. Oh, and another thing. A ceremony was held at the police department. There was an annual reveal for awards for outstanding police officers and prosecutors. And that's when you got the shield? I was at the police department yesterday afternoon. I got back here at 5:12. That's very precise. People like myself and Mr. Edgar pride themselves in our precision, Mr. Wright. I placed little faith in my memory. The only thing I trust is solid evidence. Nice. Parking stuff. This is a parking stop from the underground lot. The murder took place around 5:15. So the murder happened right after you got back? What, right? I appreciate if you direct your suspicious glare elsewhere. Excuse me, but is Edgeworth, anywhere in the premise? I'm Edgeworth? What of it? I'm here, sir, as you requested the chief, sir. I got your report, sir. Report? What? Did you find new evidence in the case against Chief Prosecutor Sky? I don't like the way this conversation is going on at all. Sky, sir. No, sir. No name of that kite, sir. Out of this report, sir. I think I just heard Edgeworth's lid brow. Mr. Edgeworth's lid isn't on the... It's very tight, isn't it? I made a clear request to the police department, did I not? You need to focus on the trial tomorrow, so don't bring me anything unrelated. Sir, but sir! I'm just following orders, sir! You told me to bring this to you. I wasn't aware of the particulars of your arrangement with... Give me your name! Yes, sir. Meekins, sir. Officer Meekins. Right, Officer Meekins. Take your report and leave. And good luck with that race next month. But sir, I didn't know. Poor guy, looks like he was absent on the day they gave out brains and good luck. Right. Yes, sir? God, he caught me off guard. As you can see, I'm busy. You may leave now. Let's see what he said, Mr. Wright. The victim was a detective in the same department as the patrolman just now. Go down to the police department. You can ask more there. Thanks. He seems to finally calm down at least. Yeah, let's go. We're finally here. Why did they put the police department so far away from the prosecutor's office? Beats me, that took about 30 minutes by taxi and traffic wasn't even that bad. The police department, huh? I only been to criminal affairs next door. Hold on, what's that? Oh god. Not this thing. Disturbing. Why does it debilate like that? Oh wait, I know. This is the Blue Badger. They're trying to make him a police mascot. Wow, Mr. Wright, you sure know a lot about the police. Still, he doesn't seem familiar somehow. Forget the Blue Badger. Who's that next to him? Someone appears to be dancing with the Blue Badger. Uh-oh, he noticed me. Sure is running over here fast. Hey, pal, what are you doing here? That's my line, Detective Gumshoe. Specifically, why are you dancing over there? What? Well, at least he doesn't seem to be busy. This is our chance to get information. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a very busy man, pal. Right. I'll give you one word of advice, pal. You better not agree to defend the suspect in this case. Well, why not? Huh? Well, it's just that the chief prosecutor has confessed to the crimes. She says she summoned the detective to the police prosecutor's office and she killed him. So what if she's not telling the truth? Yes, well, no. Oh, come on, pal. There's plenty of evidence against her. But what if the evidence was fake? Hey, pal. Can I speak to you for a sec? Huh? Me? Why is this little girl so peeved at me? She's a relative of the suspect. She's Lana's guy's sister. Whoa, the chief prosecutor's little sister? Just please investigate the case carefully, okay? Scientifically. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, You might want to keep your voices down. You don't want to be overheard using words like fake. Huh? It's just a sensitive issue with us these days. So, what are you doing here, Detective Gumshoe? Me? Oh well, nothing really. They kicked me out of criminal affairs. The Gumshoe, what did you do this time? What do you mean this time? And what happened? I don't think they're busy right now. I mean, with my sister's case and all. It's true, we never had a chief prosecutor murder anyone before. Only the highest ranked people are being led into criminal affairs now. The lowest ranking guy is there as our chief of detectives. They're not letting any of us rank and file detectives in at all. None of you? Now this is an important trial, but isn't it a little odd? So anyway, I thought I'd spend my day getting the badger dance down pat. Isn't there anything else you'd be doing? Chief of Police himself is directing this investigation, pal. And Officer Marshall was assigned to the underground parking lot. Officer Marshall? Now that I think about it, I have a bit seated over that Marshall guy. Patrolman in charge of the crime scene. It's unheard of, pal. I was wondering about that. What, the dancing blue badger? It's my masterpiece. You made this, Detective Gumshoe? Chief threw together some designs and I just did my thing, pal. Nice work. Battery power so I could go anywhere. There's no switch so I could just dance until the batteries die. Poor Blue Badger, fades to dance until he drops. Detective Gumshoe? What can you tell me about this? Huh? Hey pal, this is a detective ID card. You can't just keep that, you have to turn it to the police. People like you that get me into so much trouble all the time. I mean, Detective Gumshoe must drop his card a lot. Let's see. Bruce Goodman. Goodman. Sounds familiar. Nah, my mistake. But didn't you work together with him at Criminal Affairs? Whoa, now I remember. Bruce Goodman. He's the victim. That's what I thought. Can you tell us more, Detective Gumshoe? So this ID card belonged to him? He was a detective like myself. Detective Bruce Goodman. Do you think it's strange? I mean, why would the victim's ID card be lying on the ground where we found it? Well, Detective Goodman should have been in the police department yesterday. There was an evidence transfer of this case he handled 2 years ago. Evidence transfer? Mr. Edgeworth mentioned that too. But Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Well, that's the thing. It's hard to say this, but word is that Chief Prosecutor's guy called him out there to the parking lot. And while I was confessing so much. Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors reward that Mr. Edgeworth got yesterday. Will you have the rewards anywhere, Mr. Gumshoe? Of course, pal. You got a reward for diligence myself. Congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. But I was proud of Mr. Edgeworth for winning that award. Even all the naysayers of the prosecutor's office. Naysayers? Must be because of the rumors. Found Mr. Edgeworth's car stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor's guy to do such a thing? Wait, I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who has grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Car in the night doesn't seem a little too well organized to be a coincidence. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. What could have happened? We had to find out a little more what's going on with Edgeworth. He's in the top slot again. Again? Well, it all started with the murder of the defense attorney Hamath. But Mr. Edgeworth is found innocent. Listen, pal, there have always been rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. Forging evidence, making deals with witnesses. Nothing outright, but there's always whispered rumors. Ever since he was accused of murder, no one's whispering, but practically shouting. But there's no evidence against him. Well, Mr. Wright would just always have unusually strong ties with the department's higher ups. It's only natural that people will be suspicious. I had no idea he was under the gun. Anyway, this latest case started a new rumor. It wasn't the only reason he took this case. It's because he's aiming for the chief prosecutor position himself. What? But I know the truth, pal. Nobody wants to be the one who has to prosecute the chief prosecutor. Mr. Ashford is biting the bullet on this one. He's doing this for all of us. And that's all I know about that. I'm not officially on the case, you know. Thank you. Why aren't you handling this case, Detective Gumshoe? You met the guy who is, what was his name? The guy in the parking lot? That'll be Officer Marshall. He was appointed directly by the Chief of Police. Officer Marshall? Is he some kind of Wild West sheriff or something? No, Jake Marshall was just a regular officer. From West LA. For a moment there, I wasn't sure. Look, pal, let me try to make things a little easier for you. Show him this and they'll have you examine the crime scene, baby. I'll be surprised if this gets us anywhere. It's like that you're supposed to be there and nobody will look at you twice, pal. Alright. Let's head back. Looks like the investigation's still going. I have to be getting back to the shop. Sorry, looks like I'll be stuck in this pitiful till the sun sleeps. I'll see you in my dreams tonight then, baby. Oh, still here? Hello. Why the surprised looks? Didn't I mention? I got a boyfriend in criminal affairs too. What happened to the security guard? Hey, what's wrong, Bambina? You're looking like a doggy that lost his herd. Jake Marshall. Strange guy to put in charge of the crime scene. Would you mind reading this for me? Well, Dish, I warned you, fan letter, hear me go right to this platoon. It's a letter of introduction to Detective Gumshoe. May we investigate? Gumshoe? Oh, that old cow dog? He's holding a birthday party or something? Huh? Look, where it should say a letter of introduction, it says invitation. I think he just miswrote it. Wait, why am I getting all defensive here? No worries, this proves that it's from Detective Gumshoe, better than the blood test. Guess I better let you in then. Thank you, Officer Marshall. Oh, that's right, he's a patrolman, not a detective. Which reminds me. Hey, wait a sec. Isn't the crime scene supposed to be handled by a detective or higher? Well, folks, the crews are calling. Welcome to our gold strike. Be like a settler, strike out for lands unknown. Manifest destiny. Let's have a hootenanny. Note to self, police investigators are like settling land. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? I say we won't be needing this anymore. Right. Officer Marshall, could you tell us more about the victim? Good man always die young. Remember that, partner. Could you be more specific? Bruce Goodman. He was a detective, right? Well, aren't you a feisty dog there now? Detective Goodman was down here at 5:15. The smiling Madonna told me the tale. I think he meets the witness, Miss Angel Star. One step to the chase, a fine piece of work. This here's the autopsy report. Was my sister involved in the victim in any way? Funny you should mention that, Bambina. Chief Prospector Sky and Detective Goodman have nothing in common at all. Nothing in common? They apparently worked together in the case a few years back, so there's no motive. Goodman wasn't a particularly gifted detective. That's one reason why he didn't do much work with the Chief Prospector. But my sister called the victim here on the day of the murder, right? Here in this parking lot? Sort of seems, by calling an unarmed man to the shootout at high noon. I don't mean any offense, but Officer Marshall, you're a patrolman, right? Not a detective? You're calling me out? They shoot you for that in Texas. Huh? I was one of them fancy shoot detectives until 2 years ago, to tell you the truth. Oh, really? Now he tells me. But you're a patrolman now. How could you be in charge of a crime scene? Nothing against your boss, who knows about me. So why are you in charge? No reason. I just shorten hands right now. I'm keeping my eye on the meantime. That's odd though. Detective Gumshoe would say he had nothing to do. Nothing important, at least. nothing but a shadow cow dog that I can't find his tail. Maybe it's because he runs with that Edgeworth egg. Edgeworth? The cow dog's been kicked out of the saddle run by order by the chief of police. Just, you don't realize it yet. Take the gumshoe kicked out of the investigation. Let's get to investigating. This looks like a cell phone. Scientific analysis suggests this belongs to the victim. I can't think of anyone else it could belong to. What's so scientific about that? Can we check it out? Right, let's check it out. This one's still on a reticle screen. Reticle? God. Mr. Wright, I'm supposed to keep a record of all the calls you made and received. You just press the blue button to display the last number you called. Convenient, isn't it? I'm surprised you didn't know about it. Sorry to disappoint you, but even I don't think Sniper dial. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's just you never know with people from your generation. Whatever, let's just check this phone out. Now to see who the owner of this phone called last. Notice how the defense attorney doesn't think first, he just pushes the button. Hey, that song, I know that. Hey, what's going on over there? Sorry. I see you, partner. You pressed red dial on your phone, didn't you? Well, yeah. Whose phone is this anyways? It was on the ground over there. Whose is it? That belongs to Chief Prospector Sky. What? It's my sister's. She apparently dropped it when she was taken into custody right after the crime. Look, the last call she made right there was when the murder occurred. Looks like she was fixing to call someone. Except she only spoke for a few seconds according to this. Who did she call? No idea. Sorry, partner. Now I got a question for you, partner. I heard a phone ring just now, one of the new fantastical ringtones. Oh, that? Oh. I'm sorry, that was my phone. What? Your phone? Yeah, it's kind of strange, but someone called me right as we picked up the other phone, the wrong number. I hope you're not lying. They shoot you for that in Texas, partner. Uh-oh, I indicted the wrath of a Lone Star Patrolman. What's this? Looks like a note of some sort. Looks something written on it. You're right. Let's see. 67S122. The name printed in the paper above. That Goodman. Can you tell I was talking when he was killed? Well, so what does it mean, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? What to tell? Detective reasoning, go to Edgeworth, not Wright. I'm sure Edgeworth wouldn't know what this means either. So there's no connection between Detective Goodman and my sister? That's correct, but there's a gold mine of evidence against her. The prospector tomorrow is none other than Edgeworth himself. I'm afraid your sister's fate is decided, Bambina. Many condolences. Officer Marshall? Yeah, Bambina. How could you say that? You and my sister, you were... Is there something between the cop and her sister that we don't know about? I apologize, Bambina. Something must have gotten into me. Maybe that dry wind that was blowing through the prospector's office. Dry wind or ill will, something here, but who? Suspicious about Mr. Edward has been flying around for nearly 2 years now. Forged evidence and erasing testimonies, you mean? He was unbeatable because he did whatever he took to win. Unbeatable, that is, until he met you. But rumors are just rumors, aren't they? These are prosecutors we're talking about. Evidence is everything to them. If you follow the rumors about Edgeworth's source, you find one person. But they're off limits. Untouchable, you must say. One person? Who? Hate to say this, but it's your sister, Bambina. Chief Prospector Lana Sky. What? My sister? Edgeworth couldn't wrestle all the cattle by himself. Some people load their guns with bullets, some people load them with deals. What, you're saying Edgeworth make deals to win trials? Where there's gun shows, there's bound to be bullets. That's what the old timers say. There's a big old secret hidden around here somewhere. Everyone knows it. Is that why Jacob Gumshoe was taken off the case? Did they target him because he was the closest to Edgeworth? So, well, how are we doing, Mr. Wright? I guess we got some clues. We have an autopsy report, note the victim, and a cell phone. So you think we'll be okay? Well, the only thing still bothering me is that Lana's confession to the crime. She says she did it. No problem. I can guarantee that she's not the criminal. Oh, by the way, Emma? Yes? You know that song your phone plays when it rings? What? It's the Steel Samurai theme song, isn't it? A popular TV show for kids? The phone that rang earlier wasn't mine. It was yours. At 5:18, just after the murder took place. Your sister called you, didn't she, Emma? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you called about? She hung up right away. I see. A detective was murdered and the suspect is top prosecutor of the district. I got a bad feeling about this. Like, maybe I still don't know anything that went on here. Alright, first part is done. Alright, first part is done. Now, let's move on. Alright. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there's still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, this whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my faith. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? The defense attorney should never believe in their client. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. This guy, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there's one decisive difference between you and her. And that is, you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's going to bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. Court is now in search for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in the courtroom since this trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of this proceedings today, Mr. Wright. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment is to be made here in our own hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it at the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, she must be more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There is a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecutor calls his first witness, Miss Angel Starr, to the stand. The cough-up queen? Haven't I seen you around somewhere? You ordered caviar lunch, right? Oh, caviar. I've never eaten caviar before. The judge is really wolfing it done. Alright, for you. Have a fiesta bowl. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? Oh, and you, sir? Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? It is too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Oh, Your Honor. How does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty, it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapola. What the heck is pickled tapola taste like? Name. Profession. Now. Me? My name is Angel Star. Don't you forgetting it. I find myself running a lunch stand these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us. The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we're usually called the police to provide the descriptions of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth said to the court, I am a professional. What exactly does that mean? So 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. She was the first-rate homicide detective. But what? Miss Star was a detective? I know who you are. Cough up. Cough up, Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with your description, Miss Star. Just who is this lady? If I may have the court's attention over here. The parking lot in the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. Block A is for prosecutor's office personnel. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose to keep for visitors for checking out prosecutor's spaces, yes? The crime took place by the car in the back of A block in the car's trunk. Killer stabbed the victim with this knife and went to drag the body out. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright? I can't agree on the principle, Your Honor. It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining? If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Star. Wait, are they talking about me? Somehow, I was knowing a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finally home detective intuition at work. So the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to the guardish car. The chief prosecutor was holding the knife in her right hand. Then she thrust the point of the blade into Detective Goodman's chest. Bringing the lunchbox to your boyfriend? How touching. As you can see, there's no room for doubt. Key point is your testimony is to be nothing other than the point of the night which you saw being stabbed in Detective Goodman. So, how does it feel to be utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. But it's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime, yet the methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uninformed opinion is duly noted. Given that you're used to erasing inconvenient evidence at the whim, killing off detectives who knew too much is merely an extension of that. Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I felt like I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Laid off? She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well. You may continue, Miss Starr. This boyfriend, he's a detective? Not that boyfriend, a security guard. That boyfriend? You have several? Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, the other boyfriend. Care to join? And yet another boyfriend position is still open for appliances. I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. Note this out, the judge has to think before replying. The security guard room is in A block. It's on top of the second level, so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring the lunch boxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So she was in B block when she witnessed the crime? By Garnish car, you mean Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth? Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also from Mr. Edgeworth. Wasn't it? Indeed it was. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you were sure it was a defendant? That's my friend, no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can, even if we don't have proof, we always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony, you clearly state the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter. Crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I bet I heard that tagline somewhere. You could cry plagiarism? I may be relegated to the lowly point of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. A photograph? You took this? The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snapped. I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera. I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging around with your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? Do you think I showed it to you, prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division at Criminal Affairs. Well, this is certainly the defendant. Uh-oh, this is unmistakably Lana Sky. So what is it the defendant was doing at the time? And you witnessed this? You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with the knife? As I already said, yes. I swear on my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure that's a fine lunch. But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is a photograph you took at the very moment of the crime, is it not? And why is Miss Sky not holding a knife? Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing. And how can you tell that? Blood spatter. Huh? See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? But it's just a black and white photograph. Ah, yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood. Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem, except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take kind of abuse? You got a better idea? Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems I was slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't try ordering a jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but that's a good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Wow, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of a thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? It was not premeditated. She would not be wearing those gloves. What? These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Premeditated murder, a serious offense. Witness, add this to your testimony. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell lunchboxes for a living. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife. What's with this case? The bloody murder weapon, a red car, all belonging to the prosecutor there? The defendant is a chief prosecutor for the district, right? Mommy, our prosecutors bad people. The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you said that Lana Sky planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves are indicated planning. However, why would she not also prepare the most important thing, a murder weapon? Oh. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. Guard! Order! Great, how the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister as good as free. Uh-oh. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. What? I hope you weren't enduring yourself with thinking that the tide has turned. Not in such a trifling detail. But this should hold a whole premeditated theory. Well, the prosecution could care less if it's premeditated or not. The only thing who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Sky, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution needs proven. Nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you're clever now? But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she have been wearing... I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of abduction are not to be underestimated. Really now. Lana Sky intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive the human machine to plunge the knife in and again. The victim was summoned from the police department in the prosecutor's office. It does sound like a lot of premeditation, doesn't it? So if I order a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill a delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. You say she shot him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With the moss surprise. I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Star. Whoa. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that the death was due to loss of blood from one stab wound. Aha, you're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk. He's my hero, really. What about my ejection? No one noticed? Well, witness? You got the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake a ketchup for blood. And now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from the victim. That's why I thought she might have stabbed him at least twice. And so tell us what you saw that you thought it was blood. Testify. The red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was. Miss Starr, I demand an explanation. The witness is clear enough suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proven it yourself with this photograph. Huh? But that can't be! Only professional Leslie could have been utterly used clueless. Congratulations, perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Harsh words were good, and yet Mr. Escher prevails. What was my objection? Chopped liver? But it was there, a scarf. No, not that, but something red, really. Well now, where were we? The witness has given us an interesting interlude, but back to business. What? Very well, witness. You continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Very well. I do remember something accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony. The most important part? Part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might be the moment of truth. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run off the partition off to the side. I quickly caught her, explaining her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. You were quite determined about the scar, didn't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, the cobra is kind of a snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. She prosecutor had to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, knocked them, kicked over like an oil drum. An oil drum, hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. Very good. Very well, Mr. Wright. Cross-examination, if you will. You said quickly? Were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her on more details? I like to see this floor plans just to be safe. The lunchland car was. She was a visitor, thus she is parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here? That will make it about 30 feet from the car, yes? Is that correct, Miss Star? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link there's a chain link fence in front of you? I went over it, of course. Amazing, the Alpha Queen Bunch Lady Athlete, indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence, so she couldn't have gone to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. How did Miss Guy not get away? She mentioned the muffler? What exactly did she say? If I remember exactly, she would have told you the testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her was saying the word muffler. Just that one word? So, what would you heard that wasn't the suspect talking to you, but someone else? Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking to her on her phone. Her phone? She can't mean... By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately? My memory is like a salmon heading upstream, you see. No, the court doesn't see, Miss Star. Chief prosecutor first said to use the phone hanging on the wall. On the wall? That's right. Near the car, there was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently it was out of order. So she used her cell phone? Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying? You should, of course, have to see testimony. Thanks, I did to please this rookie defense attorney. I saw it all, how she tried the phone on the wall, but I had to use her cell instead. Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha! We're going to ask the same thing. I'll only say this one time, so listen close, rookies. Chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked an emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. Did she pull out her own cell phone out of her pocket? And during the time you were climbing over the chain link fence? They boldly grabbed her arm. Chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this? What is it, Mr. Wright? Miss Starr, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Sky. Witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmerited by personal bias. Well, who would have thought you would be on the Knight My Shiny Armor, prosecutor? You who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Starr, this is a fatal contradiction of your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me? I'll make you cough it all up. Let's look at the floor plan. You say you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you could have possibly seen Mrs. Sky making that phone call. I believe you see where I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were at the B block, you could have seen it. What? Order. What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch. She's coughing up lies. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question? Tell us where exactly she lied and this witness told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. The witness lied about where she saw it. This guy tried to use an emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Starr to lie about it. Pointless to lie? I see. Let's say the witness did actually see Miss Starr using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Starr witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie. I ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask a question for a clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Where is this witness where she saw the crime? All the testimony we heard until now points to one direction. The place where Miss Starr witnessed the crime was here. Security room. This is the only place where she could have been. The security guard room? Indeed, the security guard was in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places she could have been seeing the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime in the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you bought a lunch to your boyfriend at the security guard's room, yes? Well, Miss Starr? How many years has it been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could have turned. Today a man is not the better of Angel Star. Order! Witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should have known better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. Now I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty? Is she talking about Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Starr lie? This doesn't make sense. Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. The photograph tells all. It was the defendant who attacked the victim. That truth still stands. It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. But tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's reveal what we know. Miss Star witnessed the crime from the security guard station. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference, but what? What could change? The distance. It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans is quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that could change what she could see. What she saw is not the question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of crime. Miss Star, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you rested in the sky? Well, witness, you... Yes? You ordered the squish wheel, right? The quality of these lunches have gone from low to inedible. I was bringing a PB&J lunch to my friend's boy and berry jam to my boyfriend. Boy and berry for the boyfriend. He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass wall station. And before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running towards the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. That's why I had to go through the visitor's parking lot in B block. That's quite a detour. Probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes? That changes these considerably. But it was that woman over there, the defense chair, who stabbed them. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear to my finest plastic spork. You have a point, and a spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely! Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? 5 minutes between the witnessing the murder and the arrest? Think about it. You couldn't make pasta in that amount of time, if you like it al dente. I got lunchboxes that tie pasta into nuts, rookie. A 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange? If you were a criminal, what would you do in 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'll flee the scene. Hey! Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't kill anyone. But you have an instinct of a killer. You would run, but this time was different. Miss Guy's wallet at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Yard! Well then, it seems we come to the end of the testimony. Witness has a grudge against the defendant in the blank of her testimony. Mr. Edger, is the next witness ready to go? Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright. That was too close. I'm afraid that the Coffin Queen has been dethroned. And with that, the court is adjourned. Mr. Hedgewood, you ordered the squish wheel, right? That's the one she tried to foist off of me. I remember not to take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence. What is that? Is this another one of the trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask of you, Miss Star. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Woohoo! A triple-decker! Out of the first of the witness determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the Lunchland model say, you won't be disappointed. Where's she going to pull off her lunchbox this time? I should have mentioned these 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe, did I not bring this up? 2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One was of course the victim, and the other blood type matches the one of the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. This shoe proves it. It's flawless decisive evidence. What? There was a blood found in that shoe. Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Why was this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple. As I already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you have blood tests performed? Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in Forreston. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 types of rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by the member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The prosecution's complaint notwithstanding, it appears this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another court against you, witness, and you need to ensure that the guilty is properly judged. Very well, Mr. Wright, we cross-examine the witness. I can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You order the peppered fish guts, right? Sound like a hot, Mr. Wright. Sound like a client. She's in enough hot water to make this whole vast of stew. Mr. Wright, don't you have a problem with the shoe? The problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? If I'm not imagining things, I say there's one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam of your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'll give you peppered fish gut now. But you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. One contradiction about the victim's shoe. Show us the problem with the evidence. I wonder if you noticed, there's blood on the bottom of the shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie. It'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense, the victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about blood on the bottom of the shoe? Problem lies in the footprint. The footprint? Note on the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why weren't there any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about the shoe. The picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Now, where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Order. What witness? What? Great court, Mr. Wright, but I'm sure the lack of footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh, it's true, there has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. but she slipped. There was one vital hint to the truth in her testimony. But what are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. She prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, kicked over the oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful, but deadly. A predator, this one, a leopard woman. Rawr. I thought that was a strange thing for a normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that, I'm not sure if I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. So apparently you're not the slowest convoy belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness, well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor? Was brimming with water. Water? What does this mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright? Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? Aha! You don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over the oil drum with one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that will become evidence against her. Water! The tie seems quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoes tied her quite clearly to this murder. And after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's the prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. That reminds me, this guy's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she cut herself when she stopped him? Well, that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. But Mr. Wright, do something! What can I do? Your sister has confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it. But... Enough. There's no need for further debate. The verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Star is on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water. The court finds the defendant Miss Lana Sky. Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well, I thought you had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence. Wait, don't tell me you have something else. The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments, you will be held contempt of court. You're just so scared the cough-up queen. Look at this! A photograph? I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. I see no room for error at this evidence. Mr. Wright, look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet. Erasing the last true doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the granny was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyways. I'm sorry, Mia. Right. Wet or not, don't be quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself off the asphalt. Take another good look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. This is the last piece of evidence. Very well. This time I'd like to declare the verdict for good.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can I hand out my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait? No, it can't. And it will be too late. Look at this photograph of the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. So, Wright, are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah, I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I gotta go ahead with this. I suppose since we come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show me the court problem in this photograph. The problem is in this photograph is here. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, you just said muffler. Oh, I say no trace of a muffler or scarf or any kind in this photograph. A muffler is also part of the car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think that is the part of an exhaust system, a pipe. I see, and I see. Was that suspicious looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler? So what if there's something sticking out the muffler? What does it have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you already told us why this is important in the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth is the muffler is related to this case. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court? Yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused with my earlier testimony. Muffler. Yarr! Could it be that the muffler you have mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means the piece of cloth is vital evidence. Oh, Lord! Well, it seems we have to suspend the proceeding. Suspend? I find myself wondering about the piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car to the crime scene expected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. Woo, that was close. But we made it. At least for now. The court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. He's still hungry? Whew. Alright. Still got time. Let's keep going. Mr. Wright? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up to the bottom of the lake about to reach the surface? But no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Pretty much. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyways? Apparently she got called up to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn the trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny significant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner. They say you showed the red cloth to the bull and fired up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngster, at least. Officer Marshall! Thought I'd come to take a look to see how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They got a whole ranch locked up tighter than the Fort Dare territory. It's hard to slip out, huh? What's going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen the last 2 days have been really on edge. Don't you gotta know if you can play without worrying about other people, compadre? Shouldn't be worried about the chief prosecutors chasing mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? Oh, muffler didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. You don't say. No, don't just be all. I've seen a red breeze blow and slandered there many a time. I saw her that day too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the award ceremony that afternoon, Edward seen it too, I reckon. What does it mean? In the photograph taken in the crime scene, she wasn't wearing a scarf. So Miss Starr wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab a bull by its horns. And sometimes you gotta let the bull go where it will. Time will tell. Ugh, I have a bad feeling about this. So, where are we swinging it now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can cook you up with some fine ribs. Woo-wee. I'd like to resume? What's up? Judge keeps looking over the prosecution. Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those gritty teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused. You're doubled over, your back is bent. It can't be! This can't happen! I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Well then, I believe it is time to continue on with this trial. During our research, I have requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable! It seems the prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me, knock knock. Who's there? Oh, hello. What's with this guy? A strange stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? Oh, it's you! Oh ho ho ho! Sorry I'm late, RG. The roads are packed. It's just me. Long time no see, huh, RG? How have you been? Swimming much these days? Hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy smishy, RG, my boy. You have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. RG seems to be moving for the judge? I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Aha, so you're Righto, the attorney. I heard good things about your son. Thanks? So sorry about little Worthy giving you all the trouble, eh? You know, we should all be swimming together sometime. Jolly. What? Little Worthy? Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police? Chief of police? He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Name's Damon Gant. Nice to meet you, everyone. So, what do we owe you this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to the courtroom, hasn't it? Well, it's Worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Guy really was wearing that muffler. So to think it was stuffed in that exhaust pipe. On little Worthy's car, no less. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. Well, what's this? It's what you call a switchblade knife. Quite persifling, this. Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? What, Mr. Edgeworth? How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? It's your investigators on this site. How do you expect us to do our job? Now wait a minute, Worthy. I have no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Oh, didn't you hear me? Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking the signature, is there? Miles Edgeworth. That's not fair! On the day of the crime, I had... You had it in the clouds because you got the award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be so upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess that you made. This is the first time I see Mr. Edgeworth at the loss of words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. Ugh. Court accepts new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense a favor first. Yes? Just to be sure. I'd like to take a look at the blade with this knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open up for me, I wonder? Yes, well, I think all you have to do is push that switch and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I won't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point it at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Jeez. There's a small tag on this knife. It seems to say SL92. What does it mean? Well, there's something similar. PL6 of PL6 incident phase. Well, it's strange. What is? I'm not certain, but I get the feeling I've seen this somewhere before. Letters like this, or letters that look a lot like this somehow. What? Don't scare me like that! I'm the one who's scared! Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. The dark red stain. Blood? Blade. This does not excuse the action of the police department. I would like to hear the explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutors and the police and this knife? Sure thing, not a problem. Not even a little one, really. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove the connection between this knife and Goodman. It's a bad day for us, department. You weren't in any shape to do an explanation. The detective was killed in the police department. See? What a mess. The time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? I'm not officially linked to this here. I can't talk about much about it. There's a murder in the police department? A detective? That's hush-hush information, Archie. We can't exactly announce it yet. Wait a second, you said 5:15. That's the exact same time that Detective Goodman was killed in the prosecutor's office. Order! Anyway, we're in the department all flustered as we might presume. We're in the middle of a top secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understand the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright, 2 detectives killed at the same time in different places. Chances are not really slim, scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine a witness. Very well. However, keep your questions focused on this case in hand. Wait a second. Oh, at last, a honest to goodness objection. This knife. It has to be something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Aha, an honest to goodness, what do you mean from Archie? This is great. Look at this tag on this knife. It reads SL92. And this is important. Why? Over here, we also have a memo that is on the body of the victim. What's this? 6 minus 7S, 12-2? Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside. The printed name of this memo makes it look like it's right side up. But if you turn around, what did you get? Oh, ha ha! Whoever wrote this note is holding the paper upside down. That's so nice. That's the same thing that was written in the knife tag. Order! Well, Chief? Ah, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto. I win? What game is this guy playing? This knife was evidence of the case. It was stolen from the police department's evidence room. So this knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice. Good show, little Whirly. It was a murder weapon as it happened. There was evidence from the case long since solved. This knife was stolen at the time of the murder. It was found that it had salt pipe next to its car. Hard to think there wasn't a connection there. While the same day the detective was killed at the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Uji? I've at a loss for words. And this perpetrator, you have a suspect? Well, there is a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto. I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me a date of your case. Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. The evidence room? Wait a sec, I have heard of that. The evidence room? Did he mention that in testimony just now? If that was evidence of the case, it was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's a connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go down on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. Chief, the defense position is simply this. The connection between the two cases have already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number with the nice evidence tag. But we also know the detective murdered at the police department was killed in that very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you looted right there. Chief, I request you release information of the victim to the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get that information unofficially? Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What? Really? Who would have guessed? If you're going to tell us a little, why not just tell us everything? Well, case information is tricky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh well, I guess I might as well get out of it. Okay, how can you tell us the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me the name after all. We'll keep a tight-lidded ID number, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is 5842189. Wait a minute. Oh, it's Goodman. Well, that's quite long. Well, we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 82. I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Oh, Mr. Wright, does that tell you everything? ID number of the victim of the police department. 5821989. That tells me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning... it has to be what I think it is. But what does it mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You said the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something? What does it tell you? Witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're treating like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just, I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing, like you always do. The police department, the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh ho, is this yours? No, Your Honor, I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. And this means what exactly? Huh? Wait, that ID number we just heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82. I've forgotten. You didn't get the first number right. Again! The number the chief of police gave us was 5842189. But wait a second, Wright. What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The two ID numbers are identical. In other words, Detective Gill of the police department evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh ho ho ho! Sharp as a tack, Righto. Sharp as a tack. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 at the underground parking lot. Yeah, Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed in the police department in the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what we're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time in a completely different location? Order, order, order! Chief, what does this mean? No. What I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error? Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How? How dare... We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premise? I'm here, sir, at your request of the chief. Sir, I got your report, sir. You don't mean him? According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me he said the report had nothing to do with Lana Sky's incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered at the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is clearly written on the top of the report. Ugh! Why did your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure that officer is capable of making a connection. He didn't seem challenged. In any case, this is a serious error and gross negligence of duty of your part, Worthy. But sir! You could have submitted that report this morning in the court as evidence. Then No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy? What? So what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule number 2. Registered evidence presented must be relevant to the case and trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Righto over here. Good job, Righto, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. No. No! It seems we have come to an end of this trial. I know you're going through some tough time, Worthy. What's with all the rumors? You were even the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for the terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. If it's the last thing I'll do. You better get results this time. Really? You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day to the prosecution as requested. Will that be sophisticated in search work? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is for your sake. I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned. Whew. That was rough. Let's keep going. Mr. Wright, so... what's going on with the case anyways? I'm a little confused. Huh? Oh, well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot in the police department's evidence room. What's this in the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or try to, at least. Alright, let's do it. Unless she's in a good spirit, but I'm not sure she's going to be much helpful with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove you that the trick reading glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who's killed in the evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sis would never do such a thing, and I know it. That oil drum. Was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence of the crime scene? Never! Even though she says she doesn't get along, Grandma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Oh, whichever there's blood on the floor or not, water the oil drum, wash it all away. Ignore the string of my science up your own pearl, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? The situation calls for one thing and that is luminol testing fluid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it all away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Let's give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. They're testing blood stains for this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you my glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of these things? The test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press the A button to spray on it. Okay, let's find us some bloodstains. Oh, hello. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So this is a bloodstain? It's so, Emma, you're shaking. It's just this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a bloodstain. But doesn't something strike you as odd, scientifically speaking, of course? What's odd about this, scientifically? The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't tell me this thing there'll be a little more blood. I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, they have to have some more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark out the floor plans where we found the bloodstain, okay? See? I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. We can't be sure the police will reveal all this evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Let's drag that hidden evidence out of light today. Yeah, it feels like we're really investigating a criminal. Maybe I should get the spray on anything suspicious. I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Star! You only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead. And doesn't really get my water running. You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid I wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if that place I witnessed the events was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Ah! I swear on my honor as a detective, she stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So, you were the detective, weren't you, Miss Star? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they face me, they cough it up. Cough it up? They confess. They babble like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect, and before long they call me a cough-up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gone food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go or fired? I felt like I found my dream when I became an investigator. And if a proper prosecutor hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... what do you think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on this knife. And on that note, Goodman. Goodman was the lead head detective of that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transfer on the day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over, not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? I had one of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you were called the Cough-Up Queen, right? We found this ID card here at this parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But... it's the same ID as the man who was killed in the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room, but even I get frustrated sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed towards the chain fence in the effort to stop the murderer. That's when I took this photo, yes? In other words, 5 minutes after the crime? Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The whole of my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes wasn't the problem, Miss Star. Your lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. You had my testimony discarded before, and I wasn't going to let it discarded again. Just like that time. That time? There you go, now we can talk about it. That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable to who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I've ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So, they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any clearer than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence, not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence, the sort made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved in the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of the job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be... Exactly, Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I'm in Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we were investigating that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over. He was demoted. However, he hadn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten us all night? There was another side of that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up to their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell... There's only one reason I come to sell lunches to the accused's office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Star's old boyfriend. How many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives had disappeared, we found new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Rookie. Well, what? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Then you should take this. Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy that might help you if you tend to him with a street. Miss Starr? Officer Marshall, is he your, are you going out? What do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made him feel jealous, And he was nice to me too back then. This was me when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I were merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. Detectives were running around so fast they're blurry. I suppose it makes sense. The detective did get killed here after all. To the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got on the front desk. Here it is. It's like a kid in the amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. Oh, the decor of this place is pretty eccentric. According to pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. From beyond the door is the evidence room. Scene of the crime? It sure seems that way. Oh! What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly and posing. It's hard to think straight. Can't handle the cacti. Stay out of the desert. I don't want to know if there's a guard station. Where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. This place is charged with frenetic energy, as always. Please! Oh, what's that? One steak lunch, please! Oh, it's you. Let the gumshoe. Now no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. All I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of those things? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard a sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We got a criminal, now we just need evidence. A criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? On the same day that the detective was killed in the parking lot, another detective was killed in the police department? Well, there was a suspect, just arrested in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. Let's hit the gumption. Who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need to get a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly. Well, wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head down to the attendance center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. He ran out to the evidence room. Well, his investigation's off to a running start. Still, I feel better about things a little. I mean, they caught a person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Be a perpetrator? I say it was the perpetrator again, sir. That's what I say. Oh, hi, greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but has been trying to rely on anyone in the presence? I'm here, sir. The presence chief, sir. I got your report, sir. Officer Meekins, are you a guard here at the detention center? No, sir. I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamp, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir. How should I say this? Wait, he isn't. You, Officer Meekins? You didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir! What? What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Sir, I'm a patrolman, General Affairs, sir! Sir! Ow, I can hear you just fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir. I went to the evidence room, sir. The fire station front of this room was empty, sir. Well, normally it was a guard in the evidence room. That's right, sir. Because evidence is kept in this evidence room, sir. Now the security officer is an Officer Marshall. Marshall? And sir, I happened to glance at the security group room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. Yo. What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red, and I blacked out. When I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. But I could have wrapped it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with that puppy dog eyes, sir. If you label me as a perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention, alive and well to that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you can say that. Did you know about the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, I have to label him as a stranger or a total stranger. And I say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him. Sir, I work in a tiny department devoted to light another creature conflict. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. Probably someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand, did that happen during the course of crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should be just confess? But sir, but there's nothing I can do. Nothing you can do. Sir, to tell the truth, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were, huh? And when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir, all alone. Alone because Detective Goodman has disappeared. What? And when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock, oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? Victim's body disappeared? That's I'm sorry. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey! That's it, sir, that's it! That's it! That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But sir, now I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct, that card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir, that's exactly it. Nothing that can be more exact, sir, nothing. I better pry into this one a little deeper. Can you tell me what it is that you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a little lost patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know that Mr. Detective Goodman who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, this is pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card? What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assume he was flustered as you are right now. So I whoop, and I leap at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Don't undo the others before they do undo you. My own father's words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir, everything went white. And then I woke. I was here. Right. So, Officer Pickens, why was it that you arrested me? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Pickens didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim who he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we had no way to know if it was the victim who really was the victim. If this body doesn't disappear from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But he still ended up here? He told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely on the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly? No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime I swore to stamp out. It's there, it's me, it's on the tape. And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I hand over my badge, I don't deserve it. No thanks, I have my own. Well, guess I better go check out the crime scene. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives desk. It's Police Chief Gant. And you're sure this is all You know what it means if there's anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats, under his seat cushion, behind the computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away, deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered. Aha, right on, my boy. How's it been? How you been? Sleeping much? Oh, Chief Cab, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you sleeping, Mr. Wright? Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, where are they? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they have no ends of trouble with the boys since last year. You mean the incident of Fort Lake? It does look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defensive seat, doesn't it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? Juan Karma. I'm sorry. Alleged he was undefeated in his 40-year career, but in court you faced and he caught up for forging evidence. Well, wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is a bit of a turmoil, you might say. Why they do just about anything to restore the reputation. Now, depending on what the inquiry the community decides, it will be bad for Worthy. What? It's downright odd, I tell you, the type of getting killed on their own turf, I mean. They're being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's possible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time, that's what it says. What evidence is this? No, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this is particularly, well, it's a little sensitive and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most about hiding stuff, secrets, I can't stand them. But, you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief and detective's trap shut. He was the one who were picking on earlier. Huh? You saw that? Whoops. Wonder what was that about he wanted the chief and detectives to do. Let's see if we can discreetly ask him. Oh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check for anything that might be a clue. He took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belongs to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? Day on is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought this day would come with Righto asked me to help. I was wondering if you could investigate the investigate the evidence room? Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please, do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50 or get them $50? No problem. So go ahead, investigate your room with a heart's content, knock yourself out. And it just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is a detective ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. You just run along and do your best now, okay? Later, folks. It looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, I'm gonna get to the evidence room now, sir. I can displace the bad influence of the girl. See. Evidence room is just beyond that door. And we have an ID card for cheap gift. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha, the card reader's turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, what made my Bambita sky so gray? Officer Marshall! Why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this is my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw! That card you got there is your old chest. That better be a chest bathroom's parts. Yeehaw? Real, what are you standing here for? Damn on, little doggies, the card just waiting. Looks like the card reader's up on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask some questions. Sorry, cowboy, I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. The smell. Reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? Well, what? What's wrong? I feel like stick ones. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Alright, Bombina. You win. Ask anything, smack. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job. I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins should have told us. Oh, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I couldn't get anything wrong calling him meekly. He told us something. He said that when his stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, I might not look at it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know. So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on this place. You mean a security camera system? I don't take on machine much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli you sneak in the next to your steak, you know. Miss Star told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. That was always my dream, for a rawhide regular on the scene of a crime. That's all gone now. I'll be drinking holes in this buried fire. You're still investigating the SL9 instead of Miss Star, haven't you? That was my case. It's all solved, according to the record books, but it smelled like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it, anyways? We heard the name so many times, but no one wants to tell us what actually happened. There's some things you better not know about, Beta. Anyway, this case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case? That's right. The evidence transfers. Edgeworth was talking about the transfers too. I know what maybe two of these machines in here do. Only 2 of them? That must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, the machines, well, I like them as much as I like stewed cauliflower on my steaks. The easier ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes will automatically erase every few hours. So Officer Meekins said the Goodman, are they one of those tapes? I reckon it might be. This security guard, you wreck them? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, give me an ID card. That's the card reader by the door. The card reader leads a record of every ID card that passes through. So this is ID card record. Hey, I've seen that number before. Sorry about mine. I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. But Mr. Wright, I saw the number of that record just now. I've seen that number before. Is there some way I can prove that the record is tied to the stabbing? Sorry, but can you explain the whole transfer thing is all about? They keep only evidence to solve case in this room. They kept here under the presiding detective supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them and turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault in the concierge department. That's what we call transfer. We do it every February. I see now. Transfer is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after the case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to us on that 2 days ago. See this? This is a victim's ID card. Oh, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot? The number of this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, shows the ID card record again. Look, the fourth number. It's perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cars in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I have to prove this proof asked for the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card? What did he do? That's the thing, he pointed a knife at me. If he had an ID card then, why would you have to point a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. I got an idea. Maybe I should show this to list of other people with IDs here. Alright, let's go to the evidence room. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room? It's really kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Eek! Whoa! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts in the head, pal. So this is true what I've heard? Right, oh please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I can give the $50 to Paul. So go ahead, investigate to your room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. So Chief of Police will loan anyone $50? Even me? Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day? But guess what? I got permission from the chief. Or your boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. So Detective Gumtree, your boss for the day? That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place here in the police department. So your boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's fighting to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. It's my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here to decrypt you? Haha, of course. I'm a detective after all. They give me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open? I always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So Mr. Edgeworth was on the inquiry committee now then? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the messed up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SO9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Let's get him and tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so every one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my third course and I'm entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The locker is coated with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. I see that picture. I see that. Funny, they all look normal lockers. See, these are the latest model. There's a trick for these handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handle are a sensor. If the wrong person touches it, bzzap, you get a shock. And that's what happened, my hand will be black and smoking every day. In that case, the lockers are that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know how the fingerprint locks. Detective Goodman's note, and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence like that turn her up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there's some loose ends left on that case. Now that there was a bloody, violent case. Violent? So it was a murder? A serial killing. A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake and Mr. Edgeworth built the case around him to nab it. So this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight. Started the rumor mill. Rumors? About forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transfer the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. What? How do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of that SL9 incident, see? Sounds like that switchblade knife? Creighton took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Well done. You can't open the lock with your fingerprint will match. If you can't open it, they give you 50 cents. No, the police department lacks faith in its lock system. After all, Detective Goodman was staffed here after opening his locker. At the same time, he was found dead over the prosecutor's office. Could you take a look at this? This is an ID card record of the people who came in here at the day of the stabbing. I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder? War! What is it? The second number. Oh, your ID number, isn't it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth! What? A second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth! What? What would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? There's something sticking out of here. It looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence of the case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put it here. There you go, pal. Make me some kind of. There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of slop. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detectives responsible. How many do I have him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sometimes Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging around the wall too. That isn't tuck his shirt after the trench coat either. If you want to talk behind someone's back, don't do it in front of them, pal. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, make me some kind of slaps in my detective. Had evidence from that case, you know. I mean, that's all nice. It does have a tag on it. Wow, it must be a broken something. Wow, someone has a broken something big to make all these pieces. Is it a gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal, making some kind of a hooligan. Apparently it's from the case. The case? So right into the belt. See the sticker on the top of the pieces there? Another piece of vessel nut evidence. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You wanna try putting them back together? Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Well, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's how you always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Oh, the good thing I could just guess. Oh, I can rotate them. There you go. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far. I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it does seem like the most stable kind of jar. I don't understand how it got broken. Oh, what's this? Blood? It's a little worn. There's definitely a handprint here. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, there are other bloodstains up in the room. We should use her testing fluid to test it out. Look, this one's open. The red indicator light above the door is lit. That locker is coated with Teddy Goodman's fingerprint. Teddy Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'll be hard to get it open again if you close it. It's empty. You must have taken the contacts elsewhere. Alright, that's it. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Agent the Goodman was actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it with plan. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you should have asked. I knew it. This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker. It's mine. It's yours. Please. You have to help me when they come for me to take away. Promise me you testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You do that for me, right, pals? This is an important clue. I'll turn it down in the floor plan. Counting on you guys. Believe me, you can trust the police. What? But you're a detective. I think that's it. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this file and flat out the door. This might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminal testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief. Where did you get this, Emma? I'll just buy it at the mail order. Well, I better joint this down on the floor plan. Hey, pal, look at the time. There's something you need to be doing that? It's just that Mr. Edwards' inquiry committee should be letting us soon. I'm going to give the report for the day. Oh god. It might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written in the back of the flyer? You know that says nothing but no problems? You know, Mr. Edwards we're talking about, I'm sure he keeps the report like this. I believe in him. Who needs anything when you got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. I should probably see what Edward has to say too. Ah, yes, my apologies. Oh, it's you! Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you back for the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. Oh, no. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there were some who believed that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago? Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still a prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They keep closing the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation of this case will bring it direct to the chief of police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his result. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still, wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Oh, right! I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went to the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. But why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that! I was asked to go. By Chief Camp, no less. Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for the case that wrapped up half a year ago. He wanted me to keep it here at the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? He wouldn't be if the evidence was already filed. The chief was never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious what the other case. I better make a note of it. Stubborn as always. I told you this had nothing to do with our current case. I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It has all to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicions you were wrapped up in. You're the man who revived the worst in my memory of my life. I figured I'll be telling you about this sooner or later. He has been talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gamp. That wacky old coup involved in the case 2 years ago to them. He was a top officer. It was my first time working with him. I was nervous. No, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was the deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be in my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win the trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wants me to know something. But my sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science? Huh? Yes, of course. But just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminal testing fluid. Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated as better. Whatever. For me? Are you sure? You are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really no need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving this to Detective Gumshoe as well? Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Our investigation turned out to assist his handprint. Here, there's blood in the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. Let's choose the finger that we will have left behind the cleanest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. I'm starting to get that sparkle in her eye. First, we're bringing a little power around. Huh? How do you do that? With the A button, see? Ah, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely at the point. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With the X button. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out a candle on the birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to though. It's fine, it won't go up to your nose or anything. You just pour the powder out thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I better give it a try. Aha, you did it! You found one! But this looks something like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? Person with this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me you've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem like a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Let me for the locker door again closely. It seems that there's fingerprints outside left a bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find those right in clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. Yay, a print so clear is dazzling. That's dazzling. Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match up with right away. But we're not done. That is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got of Mr. Richworth and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprint are all in different places, right? Honestly, the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprint will most likely find the evidence locker? Yep. Aha! These prints wrong as to come to you. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave up the so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so he came up with nothing this time, but it's always next time. Sometimes you just hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. This is where we got the luminal fluid reaction, right? Right! There was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this? There goes her eyes sparkling again. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? Apparently your blood was wiped away, right? We ended up finding out what the chemical means. Any prints in an area will have been wiped away too? Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say this possibility of hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Since those are the ones left by the bloody hand. I gave it my best shot. It's kind of result that won't be good for matching prints, will it? So we're getting clear results for this print. Let's try to try a different finger then. No passes. Whoa. Hey, these fingerprints, Whose are they? Whose? Is this someone I know? It's Officer Marshall's. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall. That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminal reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are all in the same place. Oh! So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on the white blood stain. But why did Officer Marshall... Looks like our investigation is finally turning out some results. I guess this is what you call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Alright, let's keep going. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecutors are as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested for each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. It was indisposed. I don't think I hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? As Mr. West suspects, the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I stuck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simulation's murder, they wouldn't see capital punishment. That is what I mean, Emma. Malana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky, We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's a trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Court is now in section for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is... I'm afraid you have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain in both places at the same time. That's not physically impossible, isn't it? What's more, I hear the victim and the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Ashworth's car. Wow. This is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder of the police department. In so doing, I believe in which I should proceed with will reveal later. That's what set Mr. Ashworth apart. He stands on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. That's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired of the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness to the day of the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. Suspect to be the so-called murderer? Oh boy, things are getting wild from the get-go. Will the witness say his application? Yes, sir, I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My application is, that would be murderer, sir. So you're telling us you're the professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. Never kill anyone again, sir. You gotta believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is, sir, I'm what you call the part of the younger generation, sir. A president's actions of those can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir? Give us your report of the crime. Consider this an order. Yes, sir, as you wish. So I am part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir. Can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Although not on my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man in the security room and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer spanked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto what others do before they outdo you. That's the Meekins family model, sir. I see, then you fainted and the colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir, he knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Mr. Meekins, you work at the General Affairs Office Department, don't you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes! There's a scary part. Evidence transfer was taking place the day of the crime, which means many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives, sir. I was ensuring it wasn't broken during the transport process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see what you got there? In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh. That number 4989596. It's shown to be used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time was when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see, so it was during that second time when... Yes, sir, it was when I spotted the man on the security screen. So you were attacked? Can you please tell us what exactly happened to you? It was a knife, sir! A knife! Did the Goodman pull a knife on you? What happened then? Well, it was me charging in like that. You look as surprised as ever. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone who wants to run into. That's what I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash in my hand. Maybe you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. What exactly did you mean that you say you did it? I know I don't look like the type, but I really into Kung Fu pills, sir. But the man let his guard down for an instant, and I snatched the knife from him. He took his knife, spun him around, and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure he closed my eyes like a man. I see. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in the sea of my blood, and then the next thing I do, yes, he punched me right in my face, sir. But what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was around 5:30. Hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. But I came around though I made sure I finished my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the blue badge, sir. I returned into the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regards to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent in my jail cell. Chief Ken delivered this to me just this morning, sir. Chief? Delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. That's the only good thing I'm really good at. Well, the communication at the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of the real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that regular piece of plywood? Sir, that's a predator criminal affairs department, sir. It's the blue badge, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Yes, well anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room and some sort of activity did take place, Your Honor. Instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. Isn't that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir, as you wish, sir. His face can't be seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do so. The locker he opened was unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have locked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has given a locker and clicked with a fingerprint activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim in the crime scene would have been a Detective Goodman. Very well. Defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with a contradiction. That's where I have to start. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, if it's his hand that opened the fingerprint lock, and his hand has tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir, why not certainly kiss his testify to this, sir? Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. There are problems? Yes, of course there's a problem. Regarding the video contained in this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? The contradiction leads to the possibility that man may not be Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose that we have a defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in this video. You will want me to point it out? Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further separate this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of. I have to point out the problem in the video? This is the first time I ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. Set up, you can do fast forward, rewind, and pause the video. See a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. We're in the contradiction today that the man may not be Detective Goodman. Should be here. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point? What are you looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh yeah. Whew. I almost walked into a defensive trap. I'll place him under arrest, sir. Officer Meekins! Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand, the longer applique works like this. When you grab the handle, the sensor reaches your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understood it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. When the victim reached for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind a little earlier. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The lock was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Right. Order, order. What's the meaning of this? Very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked at the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by the electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have been broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert on this. Not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect a report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show the novice keep their mouth shut. Well then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor. Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jammed assistance sensor? Something jammed sensor? Say. There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be some other clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's accept the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open. I'll often fall out and roll great distance if I open my car door, sir. We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers a lock when the door is shut. When something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? The white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like a tie. 2 out of 3 times I get stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me, but the other would have been extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, we won't have to block electrical currents. There will need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but in the crime scene. There's just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, but insinuator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well, will the defense please present the relevant... What was the insulator that's stuck between locker doors? It's the globe. I found it near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure if that was the victim's locker. He has a tag that says Ansel Manning's in it. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lit lens checks to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir. It would appear so, sir! Order, order, order! So are we to believe then that the victim, who this witness stabbed in the evidence room, is not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Radford? The defense has merely demonstrated the possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video is indeed Bruce Goodman. Prosecution would offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir! Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, please begin your testimony. Oh god. There's one other thing that proves that man was Detective Goodman, sir. There's an evidence when one must have their ID card. The key card is used as a record of it. In time of the crime, the detective had used his card. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID card was used at 5:14. Is that of the victim? Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing that just strikes me as unusual, several number of cases should have been due to transferal. Why are there so few people using this rule? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't fit much of a difference. There are only a few cases of the transfer there, and most will clear up by noon. Right, I see. So let us move on to the cross-examination. Wait just one moment, Mr. Opsamikan. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room in the police department. I meant the other crime scene. The underground police lab at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. This is an important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report is only half completed, but it shows that Detective Goodman has lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something is his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high possibility on the day of the crime that the Goodman was not carrying his card. Order. So now, what does this all mean? It can't be only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. This man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his card. Order! Does the prosecutor have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, a man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What is he up to? That being the case, he must have eventually arrived at the single conclusion. That the victim in this video is a fake, and the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instance of the murder. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content with pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you were gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. Spence has already done the explanation for me. The victim in the video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So, the real crime will only take place at one location, the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Sky, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. Trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah! I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. What exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? Where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you are objecting to what you just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked into a prosecution trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security room did not show the actual murder. However, this can't be said as unrelated to the murder of the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor? If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident of the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, who do you have in mind? So we have reason to believe he knows the truth. The truth behind the activity that took place in my evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear the person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then. Mr. Wright, this person who you testified, what was his or her name? Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgewood know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel he should hear what he has to say. Prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he is responsible regarding the room, he should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works at the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecutor prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interacting, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Sister Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run around while on his duty. On top of all, we call me here. I've seen happier people in funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey. I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor's guy. That's okay. So, happy about what I asked? Oh ho. You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when I'm making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could you bother bringing me the files, the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. SL9 incident? Alana, I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do as well read them. I can't believe you. The chief prosecutor were a witness of that case. Mrs. Cuddy was a witness? Joe Dark killings. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh what? Now you brought your stuff, now you guys are gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number for police filed and under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it was the Joe Dark killing. The Joe Dark? No, Lana. That's over with. No! Oh, wait. She ran away. You know what? I just remember. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, Pom, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gann, Mario Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to these killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. Oh boy. Alright, I will do one more and then I'll end it here. Court will reconvene with the child missed on the sky. And then come back. Allow me to call in the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of the guarding their evidence room the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and application. Me, partner. Oh, I'm just a man, same as you. Wandering the trials of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross the intersection when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're the patrolman. As for my name, if it isn't hard enough, you can hear the Howling Wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling Wind? Never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence from the day the crime took place. Is that correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? The Desperado show is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can summon it up. Maybe it's best we get on this quickly. Please share with us your testimony the day of the crime. In plain old English. My job was to keep working out in the Bulge Orchard. They say I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but I ain't much style. Besides, the roof's protected by two security systems anyway. If I remember right, there was a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I was just an innocent traveling man. If you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care about your attitude. I can't say I care for your beer, but you don't see me complain. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean a security cameras and an ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about these things. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint analysis locks? Activated locks and evidence locks. Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of new Frankie Day who did doohickeys are those? He's not being helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone got their weakness, and I'll do that, Mr. Prosecutor. This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called to testify like this? After all, you weren't a security guard at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here? Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind the scenes. Or to be exact, a handprint. Wasn't all real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crap. I pay my respects that is to make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingers were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminal test clearly removes this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the bloodstained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony of your fingerprints. I'm at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. Why don't I just happen to be on the same place as the bloodstained fingerprint? Murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or did you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. That's because how you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happened to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now though is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It would be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using that fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. How did you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up with the reports. There's a bloodstain in the scene, thought it was left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on the handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hands on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprints. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? A picture. This shield of blood is the desert. Isn't the desert? It's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. As long as my trail isn't there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't going to get anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it ain't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want me to tie to this crime, ain't that right, partner? They've shown that video is the only direct evidence you have. That video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone's familiar with the camera's position, they could just leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculation, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, do so now. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright. Or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's take another look at the video. Show us the incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you still not forget, Officer Marshall. The days were short and tasty, so are our tempers. Could you summon up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was a witness, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone! What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there, and it suddenly disappeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker and the camera was turned away. Order! Order! Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needs to hide something, so he opened the locker and snuck it in. Not my fault you have to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just plain dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to raid on your parade, but you're the only person who could open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I called your bluff. You say open that locker? Now prove it. Hey, fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can be opened by the detectives when they belong to. Well, what kind of crazy talk is this? Well, take the gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks ain't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't even know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got one word for you, partner. No. Order, order, order! Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assume this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Alert, please answer the question. That's random. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Mika didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? Seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He's the V. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim Dr. Goodman was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Dr. Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up as Detective Goodman. That's preposterous. Officer Mika's witnessed the detective in the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he knows for sure. May I point out that Officer Mika did not know Detective Goodman? He also testified the man's reaction was confounded. What happened to evidence proof? I asked him to show his ID card. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. That man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have seen it needed to enter the evidence room to see he would carry it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on the ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Mickens would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. I got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you got hard evidence proving that you dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care about your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond the shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear of your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. So obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone had told me when I was starting out. We run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for the evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chances he might be discovered later than he has been. That means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall chased up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, He opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact is, what the white cloth was taken out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all the unanswered questions. I don't have the evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker and put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open this locker. I'm getting sick and tired of this video. It's the blood. For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, and I don't know to what end yet. Yet? However, something unexpected happened. Officer Mika is barging on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pull a knife on him. However, Officer Mika's panic, and the white cloth you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white cloth. You couldn't just walk out like that, but you hid the code in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, wouldn't we? Officer Marshall, tell us the court what you did, all of it. Alright, it seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and tested like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. He managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of the large quantity of blood were found on the floor on the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how can that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is that he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small decision. When you say it, you mean, do you even have to ask, partner? That's all by accident. 2 years have passed since the case was closed. It was going to be completely end with the transfer that day. Not if I have anything to do with it, and since it's not over. What do you have hoped to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When the case is closed, only that case detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care if anyone says, partner, that case is mine. Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance, that's why. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'll be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it by fooling the security cabinet. And Detective's ID card? Stole out more than the incident. So that's really was why Goodman started filing up the lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card was found and left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't be able to open that locker yourself. You could have broke the glove just happened to stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must open the locker before Officer Marshall. You pull the knife from Officer Meekins and try to drive him off? let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being the evidence for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one of a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for a shooter demanding to show his ID. I'll have to think about a little more about his race this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry I had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... Oh, that's the mic he actually has in his hand. Can you do your research beforehand? Those who go into danger unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security tape was erased every 6 hours. If it had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat and your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone were in the security room when I came out, that Jake would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? She was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day, but the blood found on the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown in the tape was me and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where's that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. But the Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why do you do this? Stealing a detective's ID injury to the police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut of salary. Not that salary cuts are ever the valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one's mine. And I'll do everything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the next night incident, you know why? Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you slipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. Name, Marshall is mentioned in here. In the list of murder victims? Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you heard that name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed, and the case fell in your hands. But what is relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with David Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and he was killed. That was my first time Dark left behind any evidence. That is all we needed. He was enraged and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in the fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day of the SL9 case could be reported. Not satisfied with his resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, that mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. Things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, the fake murder was going into the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder of the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means that only one person had committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, the verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. There's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There's yet to be a mystery of the simultaneous murder of the police department. It seems to me the boy got a draw on you, partner. All the mysteries of the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of one Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Urgh. I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. All done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder in the police department. There's no doubt that I proved today was true. The apparent murder of the security camera tape was really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant Your Honor, wait! Emma? The defense has an objection! A scientific objection, right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, I'm only asking a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Ashford, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. Now that you mention it, names of both Skye sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. I left only one thing, the other handprints. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured I examined it scientifically, I'll be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there to look at it again. Did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. Yeah, I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of the bucket are the only clue we have. If you can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. And regarding the incident of the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the blood mark. Looking at the floor plan, the handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be more of use. But still, if you can find anything wrong with this blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. You don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. However, I need you to concentrate us now. What could be wrong with the handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? This handprint left in the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your goal or asking, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, that is strange. Take a good look at this floor plan. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something that hasn't been drawn in there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of this blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't trying to simply buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. All this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can we prove something is missing on the floor plans? What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please take a look at these floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So what happens when we put him in? This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right. As long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint in this spot in the locker. What? So that means, what exactly does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces are undeniably found in that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through it scientifically. Emma, on the afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint in the locker. So that means this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in? Just one moment. I will not allow some far-fetched ball to dash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? One time was captured in this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which the tribal amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time, someone bled prior to the struggle down on his tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman, who was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that doesn't explain the blood mark in the locker. So then, assuming this murder you propose to really happened, when did it take place? I didn't make you show evidence to prove when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to the Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall was portraying as Victor Goodman, another incident took place in the evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, and tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edwards said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place? Only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present the evidence? What shows the first crime took place? If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have been entered. In order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh! The ID card record! Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel in the evidence room at... let's see here... 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, it would have been... 4:40 p.m. Ah! Ah! Miles Edgeworth! What have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot to thought to figure out it could have been me. No, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminal test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. Which means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. It would have been just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry the body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have been taking place before Mr. Edwards entered the evidence room. Let's take a look at the chart once again. There's only one other card number remains, 777777. Exactly 7. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have been entered along with the real murderer. That's the only possible explanation. He went in with 777777. Mr. Richard, please take a look at the ASAP. Cardinal whose ID number is 77777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of the ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who is so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to acquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which he granted such authority. If an official charge files an executive is accepted, an official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-up and your forgeries. That's how a prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you keep your slander to yourself. Slander, isn't it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. But Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we look her up ID number. And it's not 777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In the trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Ooh. Do you need the witness to require his question, Chief Prosecutor? Repeat. I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Well, Lana, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, you were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look at me, an investigator of that crime, in the eye and say you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't... I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why would you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Lawless remarks caused such a storm. The chaos in the courtroom could not be waited. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Whew, I'm ending it here. What a way to end the stream. We will go on a raid now. Let me see who's on. I don't see anybody on, so I guess we'll just end it here. Well, thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.